Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to Racing Action from Flamboro Downs for this Thursday evening. Our first dash will go to post in approximately 15 minutes. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing. Note in race one, number 3, Sand Dune, changing steel to aluminum shoes, but just on the back. Steel to aluminum on the back. Races 2 through 5, no changes. No changes, races 2 through 5. Race 6, number 4, Honey So Sweet, changing side rolls to blind bridle, side rolls to blind. Race 7, scratched is 1, Toscano Girl. Race 7, scratch 1, Toscano Girl. And races 8, 9, and 10, no changes. No changes, races 8, 9, or 10. Field 4, race number 1 on parade. 1, Bucky's Angel, Wayne McLean for Beverly Rice. Number 2, Century Isaiah, Ron Whiples Jr. for Dr. Sheila Atmore. Number 3 is Sand Dune, Bruce Richardson for John Holding and Morley Bosworth. Number 5, Missy's Magic Man, Jason Ryan for Ron Corbett. There is a look at number 4, Final Dream, Paul McKenzie for Chris Bell. And number 6, Bandura Austin Sorry for Gerard Demaris and Paul Levine. 7, Works Like a Charm, Brett McDonough for Ron McDonald. And number 8 is Floyd the Freak, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. It's a field of 8. It's race number 1. Let's get a look at this field. Well, fans, my play of the night, but 8 to 5 on the board is number 7, Works Like a Charm. And Works Like a Charm. Look at last time out here. 17 and 3/4 lengths back at the quarter, and yet was beaten only 3 lengths. And the start before that, racing okay at Georgian Downs, in against some solid company. If you look at the company this one's been facing, even though you don't see a top 2 finish for a little while, Works Like a Charm. One that, look at last year, made 268,000 in 28 starts as a 3-year-old. The 4-year-old campaign just hasn't been kind to Works Like a Charm. No top 2 finishes, but Works Like a Charm drops in class. I think it's time for this one to get rocking and rolling. Brett McDonald for Ron McDonald. Works Like a Charm is right now on the board at 8 to 5. Number 6, Bandura, comes in from Three Rivers and is one that makes a first start for Gerard Demers. This is one that could be dangerous because even though you don't see the overall speed, look, Three Rivers, half-mile track that doesn't yield big speed times, did score a win July the 11th there. Recent form not great, but has gate speed, might be blasting with Austin Sorry. First start, Gerard Demers. It could be dangerous. Bandura 6 to 1. Number 5, Missy's Magic Man, classy veteran that just keeps on racing well. There is Missy's Magic Man, and he's just been really consistent throughout the year. Had a good year last year. 9-year-old that is still racking up good money, and Ron Corbett's had this horse all along for years, and Jason Ryan driving and training this one. Missy's Magic Man is 7 to 2 on the board, definitely a win threat. And one more is number 3, Sand Dune, making a shoe change, steel to aluminum shoes on the back too. One that's just been a fringe player, but a consistent fringe player. And Sand Dune is a mare that when she was younger, I really thought she was going to develop into something. She's okay, and maybe the shoe change will help, but I think of late she's been more of a fringe player. Sand Dune, Bruce Richardson for John Holding, is currently on the board at 11 to 1. But number 7, Works Like a Charm with a class draw, big time earner last year. Works Like a Charm, looking to get rolling, 4 to 5. Field for race number 1, taking up their positions. Bucky's Angel, Century Isaiah, Sanduin on the inside. In the center, Final Dream, Missy's Magic Man. To the outside, Bandura, Works Like a Charm, and Floyd the Freak. Field for race number 1 is at the start, and they're off and down the center of the track, getting out well. Bandura also leaving is Missy's Magic Man, and then Floyd the Freakin' Works Like a Charm, and Bucky's Angel is fifth on the inside. They work around that first turn. Back in sixth is Century Isaiah, then Sandoon, and Final Dream is trailing the field, but Bandura and Austin Sori has got the early lead. Bandura is in front right now at 9-1. Missy's Magic Man is the 4-5 favorite and is now racing second. Floyd the Freak is third. Works Like a Charm is racing fourth, and then Bucky's Angel. Then going off stride went Century Isaiah. Sandoon is third from last now, and then Final Dream. The field races around the turn with Bandura on top and leading it by a length and 3/4. Bandura, Missy's Magic Man, racing position second, and now Works Like a Charm is working first over and is coming aggressively on the outside. Works Like a Charm is looking to stride up and collar Bandura, and they raced on past the half. And we'll get you the fractions later. And it is Bandura who's leading, but on the outside, continuing to grind, is Works Like a Charm. Works Like a Charm wants to wear down Bandura. Works Like a Charm is 6-5. Bandura at 9-1 is still hanging tough, though, and leads it by a head. And right there on the inside, third, Missy's Magic Man, the 4-5 favorite, about 2 off the lead. Works Like a Charm is having to work hard against Bandura. Missy's Magic Man watching those two go at it. And then racing fourth is Floyd the Freak, and then it is back to Bucky's Angel and Sandoon and Final Dream, and they race on that final turn, and Bandura just won't go away. Works Like a Charm on the outside is trying to grind that when it's a submission, and then Missy's Magic Man is looking to pull some magic up the passing lane, 3 across the track. Works Like a Charm is digging in now. Works Like a Charm is going to work on by and get it. Missy's Magic Man, then Bandura and Floyd the Freak. There is number 7, Works Like a Charm. Brett McDonald, the winning driver for Ron McDonald. Brett is also the owner. 4-year-old EL Platinum Brown Gelding. First win on the season. Works Like a Charm. First raise payout 7 works like a charm. 460, 230, 220. 5 Missy's Magic Man 210, 210. 6 Bandura 470. $2 exactor 810. Dollar try 1925. Dollar super 85.35. 20-cent super 1707. Fans noted race number 7, scratch 6, Marvin Hagler. Race 7, scratch 6, Marvin Hagler. First race, sort of a finish from the top, is a 685-72314. That is 685-72314 on the bottom. Field 4, Race 3 on Parade 1. Correction, Race 2. 1 is Bonito Boy, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. Number 2 is Irish Dreamer, Jason Wright for Paul Reed and Mary Christopher. Number 4, LMC Little Chipsdale Spence for Mackenzie Spence in the Cardinal Stable. Number 5, Magic's Angel Eyes, Andre Goy for Don Lashid. Number 6, The Barracuda, Austin Story for Gerard Demers and Antonio Tangretta. Number 7 is That Dude, Brett McDonough for Doug Bowens and Russell Taylor. And number 3, Beers and Sunshine, Dale, Bruce Richardson for Suzanne Kirkwood. Field of 7, race number 2. Let's look at this field. Well, number 1, Bonito Boy, 5 wins and 12 starts on the year. In fact, comes into this one red hot. 3 wins and a couple of seconds in the past 5 starts. Most recently was here in a nominator 2. Now makes a step up 1 level, actually. Stepping up 1 class for Bonito Boy. Gate speed, inside post, and the way he's been racing, I think this 3-year-old Trixton colt could be pretty fine. Eddie Hensley, Ashley Hensley, Bonito Boy, likely to be storming early, can blast early, and there he is, just getting ready to try to dominate the second race. I think has a good chance. 3 to 5 on the board. Others, number 3, Beers and Sunshine, is one that's coming in from Mohawk, and the last 3 races at Mohawk just okay at best, but is one that also, if you look further down the page, you do see some decent overall ability. Last year, as a 2-year-old, 6 out of 9 in the top 2, but as a 3-year-old, just hasn't been nearly as effective. Beers and Sunshine Dale, a 6-pack filly that sent up by Suzanne Kirkwood. Susie always puts up good numbers. I think this is one that might really enjoy getting away from Mohawk. This will be the 4th start after missing a month also. Beers and Sunshine Dale, Bruce Richardson, 2 to 1 is the second choice on the board. Number 4, LMC Little Chips, Dale Spence for Mackenzie Spence. Last couple races were much better. LMC Little Chips now looking to keep that going. Was a winner at Clinton, and then last race, solid 3rd at Mohawk. Was leading for a good chunk before getting passed by just 2 horses deep in the stretch. That's a good race to build on. Dale Spence for Mackenzie Spence, and one that is 10 out of 19 in the top 3 on the year. So it's solid top 3 factor. LMC Little Chips is a 2 to 1. And number 7, That Dude. Well, Brett McDonald looking to win both halves of the early double. This is one that comes off of a win at Sarnia, but it was a pocket ride and getting by from a better post at Sarnia, and is one that at least the last 2 races were okay. That August the 19th line, don't look too much into the 2:02 time. The track was off that night, and really horses were struggling getting over it. In fact, later on in the card, the rest of the card got canceled, so I would look past the 2:02 and just realize that on a tiring track, one raced okay. Also, you do see a couple of good miles further down the page. July the 4th, racing at Grand River, finishing 2nd to PC Peterbilt. That Dude, I think, is one that, at a price, just might be able to squeeze on to the top 3 or 4. is rolling for the second. Benito Boy, Irish Dreamer on the inside. Beers in Sunshine Dale, LMC Little Chips and Magic's Angel Eyes in the center. To the outside, the Barracuda and that dude. Field of 7, race number 2. Field for the second. Gathering speed. Approaching the start. And the field is at the start of the rough. And Magic's Angel Eyes, Beers in Sunshine Dale. LMC Little Chips went off stride. Racing third is Benito Boy as the field strikes on into that first turn now. Then it is Irish Dreamer, the Barracuda, and that dude. Beers in Sunshine Dale's got the lead right now for Bruce Richardson. Magic's Angel Eyes is second. Benito Boy is an unhurried third right now. He's about 5 or 6 off the lead, 3 to 5 on the board. Irish Dreamer fourth, and then the Barracuda and that dude. Beers in Sunshine Dale leads the field on racing up past that opening quarter. Beers in Sunshine Dale advantages a length and a half. Magic's Angel Eyes at 30 to 1 is second. Benito Boy a little closer from third, but still about 3.5 off the lead. Then Irish Dreamer, the Barracuda, that dude, and LMC Little Chips in the field races off the turn. Beers in Sunshine Dale leading and is in front right now of Longshot Magic's Angel Eyes by a length and a half, and now Benito Boy is going to angle to the outside to come first over. Benito Boy, and then Irish Dreamer carried out wide the Barracuda, then that dude, and then it is back to LMC Little Chips, and they race their way on down the backstretch, and Beers in Sunshine Dale leading 9 to 5 on the board. Benito Boy on the outside chipping away first over, but still has work to do because Beers in Sunshine Dale is driving hard on the lead. Beers in Sunshine leading by about 2 1/4. Benito Boy's racing position second. Then Magic's Angel Eyes third. The Barracuda. And then it is Irish Dreamer, that dude, trailing LMC Little Chips. And Beers in Sunshine Dale is getting away on the field as they turn for home. Beers in Sunshine Dale reclaiming second. Longshot Magic's Angel Eyes, and then Benito Boy. But Beers in Sunshine Dale wins it under wraps. Magic's Angel Eyes, Benito Boy, and then Irish Dreamer in a photo for fourth with the Barracuda. And rolling back in front of us, the winner of race number 2 and number 3, Beers in Sunshine Dale, 3-year-old six-pack Bay filly. The winning drive to Bruce Richardson. Suzanne Kerwood, the trainer, is the third win on this season and fourth lifetime. Beers in Sunshine Dale, and Bruce Richardson takes race number 2. Fans, the inquiry sound pertaining to one Benito Boy. Inquiry pertaining to racing action at the half. Fans, the judges ruling that one Benito Boy, who finished third, is going to be placed back to fifth for causing interference to number six, the Barracuda, racing action at the half. One Benito Boy, third placed fifth, the new top four, 3-5-2-6. The second race payouts 3. Beers in Sunshine Dale, 593.20 and 310. 5. Magic's Angel Eyes, 1140 and 960, and 2 Irish Dreamer, 350. $2 exactor, 56.40. Dollar try, $182. Dollar super, 12.04.55. 20-cent super, 240.91. $2 double of 7 and 3, 15.30. The second race order of finish from the top is 3 place 5, 4 place 3, 1 7 2, 5 place 4, and 6 on the bottom. Once again, the order of finish from the top down after the placing: 5 3 1 7 2 4 6 on the bottom. Field 4, race number 3 on Post Parade. 1, Talbot Patriot Rodney Hughes drives and trains and partners with Alan Mitchell. Number 2 is Arabella Hanover, semi-folia for Luke Bland, Determination. Number 3, Don't Give Up on Me, Todd Ratchford for Gaetan Hébert and Mario Hébert. Number 4 is Royal Me, Jason Ryan for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. 5 is Winks Blue Chip, Chris Rogers drives it right for Laurie and Richard Ferguson. And number 6 is Storm Me, Scott Culver, Cassidy Schneider, Colonel Schneider Jr. 7 is Annabella Bianco, Brett McDonald for Ron McDonald. 8, I'm a Diva, Eddie Hensley for Paul Meegans in Saltwater Stable. And 9 is Gucci Goo, Garrett Rudy for Gabriella Sasso and Jeffrey Korchesny and Mart West Racing and DeWitt Stables and Patrick Lang. Field of 9, race number 3. Let's get a look at this field. Well, we're going to start with number 2, Arbella Hanover, semi-filia for Luke Blaine, and one that's got 3 wins in 3 starts. 3 top threes in 3 starts. Problem is, though, hasn't raced since August the 23rd in the Ballast Image Final at Hanover. Now, that was a good second at 11-1, so Arbella Hanover lightly raced. One that's a $97,000 yearling purchase, just a 2-year-old that I think has a pretty decent chance. You get the 3 2-year-olds down on the inside, and oftentimes you don't really want to take the 2-year-old against the 3-year-old, but in this case, I think this is one that has shown enough and is trained by Luke Blaze. Semi-filia is having a very hot year. Semi up to a 3:14 driving average. Arbella Hanover is currently on the board right now at 8-5, the favorite. Number 8, I'm a Diva. Well, I'll tell you, last race, blasted to the front from post 7, almost wired the field. Now has to deal with post 8, but may well be blasting out early, because if you look at a couple of runner-up finishes in the past 3 starts, and both of those were front-end efforts. But you also do see August the 16th in Hanover making an early break. So I'm a Diva needs to be mindful of staying flat. First order of business. Eddie Hensley for Paul Meegans on the board at 9-2. Number 7, Annabella Bianco, comes in after a couple of starts at Mohawk. Neither one of them went well, but shows enough individual flashes to maybe think that the transition for this muscle mass filly from Mohawk to here could be good. There's a good, big, thick-looking muscle mass filly. Annabella Bianco and Brett McDonald is currently on the board right now at 4-1. And then one more to get a look at is number 6, Storm Me. Well, this had 4 qualifiers to get ready, and still overall the qualifiers are just okay, but certainly has had some experience getting rolling. Scott Calder for Cassidy Schneider. Storm Me is one that I think just might be able to be a fringe player, and especially you look at a couple of those qualifiers. That last one came up in 30-1. That was decent. In fact, the back half was 1 minute. So Storm Me, one off that qualifier at Mohawk, maybe is good enough here to get a minor share onto the top 4 at first asking. 30-1. is rolling for the third. Talbot Patriot, Arbella Hanover, Don't Give Up on Me on the inside. In the center, Royal Me, Wings Blue Chip, and Star Me. To the outside, Annabella Bianco and I'm a Diva. And from the second tier, Gucci Gucci Goo. It's a field of 9 maiden trotters. In the stretch drive, gathering speed approaching the start. They're at the start of the rough, and I'm a Diva from the outside. He's going to blast out and cross over and grab the lead. It is I'm a Diva who's got the front. Then racing on the inside, Don't Give Up on Me is second. Royal Me is third. Talbot Patriot broke stride. Racing fourth is Wings Blue Chip, and then it is back to Storm Me. Annabella Bianco broke stride, as did Arbella Hanover. And recovering Annabella Bianco now is racing sixth, and then back racing position seventh is Gucci Gucci Goo. But it is I'm a Diva at 6-1 for Eddie Hensley, who's got the front. Don't Give Up on Me, racing second. Royal Me is positioned to third as they work around the turn. Winks Blue Chip, Storm Me, and Bella Bianco. Gucci Gucci Goo, Arbella Hanover, Talbot Patriot, as they race their way off the turn and they come on towards us. And we have 9 in a line as they race up towards the half. And I'm a Diva leading it by a length and 3/4 over Don't Give Up on Me. Then Royal Me is racing position to third of half of 102 in an opening quarter, 30-3. On down the backstretch they go. I'm a Diva from post 8 was able to grab the early lead, and at 6-1 is in front by 2 lengths. And Don't Give Up on Me is racing second. Royal Me is third. Then it is Wings Blue Chip positioned to fourth, and on the outside, Annabella Bianco is trying to make a recovery, moves up and is taken over fourth now. And then also coming from the backfield, Arbella Hanover, who made an early break, is dueling to grab fifth now and take it from Wings Blue Chip. And then it is back to Storm Me and Gucci Gucci Goo. 3/4, 132-3. And the field heads to the top of the stretch, but it's all I'm a Diva. I'm a Diva leads by 2.5. Don't Give Up on Me. I'm a Diva. Cruising in the stretch, widening up the margin. Off stride late when Don't Give Up on Me. Then Annabella Bianco second. Arbella Hanover third, and Royal Me fourth. And the mile time, 2:02-4. The inquiry sum up, judges reviewing the breaks in stride. There's look at the winner of race number 3. Number 8, I'm a Diva, Eddie Hensley. Hurricane Hensley, the winning drive. He rocked him like a hurricane. I'm a Diva, 3-year-old muscle mass bay filly, owned by Saltwater Stable, trained by Paul Meegans. First to win for I'm a Diva. Mile of 2:02-4. Fans note the judges reviewing and noting that one Talbot Patriot made a break and interfered with two Arbella Hanover and seven Annabella Bianco, causing them to go off stride. So no placings. One Talbot Patriot with that break and then interfering with and causing breaks by two Arbella Hanover and seven Annabella Bianco. Third race payouts 8. I'm a Diva 1570 630 240. 7 Annabella Bianco 430 210. 2 Arbella Hanover 210. $2 exactor 133.30. Dollar try 145.10. Dollar super 1639.75. 20 cent super 327.95. Third race order finish from the top 9-3-7-4. Sixth place 5-8-2-1, and then fifth place 6-4 lapped on break at the finish. So from the top down after the placing 9-3-7-4-5-8-2-1-6. for race number 4 is on post parade. One is D, Dale Spence for James Dean and Woolman, James McKenzie and Paul Chapman. And number 2 is Alamo Sealster, Jason Ryan for Dana Lloyd. 3 is Beyond the Hunt. It is Eddie Hensley for Jody Cullen and Paul Sanders. Number 4, Snake Eyes, Hanover Austin Surrey for Darrell Lever and Leon Davidson and James Grant and Adrian Sharma. 5, Little Mary, Mike Salas drives and trains and is the owner. Number 7, Diamonds Are Twine, Paul McKenzie for Gary McDonald. Number 6, Treasures, Gem Andre Goy for Don Lesheed. Field of 7 for race number 4. Let's get a look at this field. And we'll start with number 3, Beyond the Hunt, one that makes a second start for Jody Cullen. That came in from Western Canada, and I think in the second try here could be a lot better. Getting acclimated to the new barn. Was off about a month before that last start, and now comes in on a much tighter rotation back in 7 days later. So Beyond the Hunt is one that should have a pretty decent chance to be very effective here. In fact, not 7 days later, is 5 days later. So Beyond the Hunt, Eddie Hensley for Jody Cullen. Eddie's already got a win on the evening. This is one that has only one win on the year, but I just think the change of scenery, the new barn, could get this one rolling. Beyond the Hunt, 6-5. Number 4, Snake Eyes Hanover, is one that's got 5 wins on the year, and is one that was racing in the regular 8,000 claiming fillies and mares at Sarnia. So this could represent a class drop. Snake Eyes Hanover has been just a fringe player of late, but I think could fit well here. Snake Eyes Hanover Austin, sorry for Darrell Lever. I think can be a contender in this spot, 4-1. Number 1, D, is my pick for position C, 6-5. Look, one that was really good at Georgian Downs 2 races ago, dominated up there. Last race, tried Mohawk, drew on the outside and just wasn't able to be much of a factor. The overall record this year and last year, not strong, but D, Dale Spence for James Dean, has shown some decent flashes, and you do see this one racing effectively at Mohawk in terms of overall speed. Maybe D can be a player. 4-5, I don't like 4-5 for D. Dale Spence for James Dean, now even money. And one more is number 7, Diamonds Are Twine. This is a 7-year-old that was actually one that I thought was going to be a lot better early in her career, but just been on the fringes of late. Really one to only be considered for the bottom of the ticket. You do see those times at Hanover, but realize the times at Hanover, they're just not very quick of late at all. So Diamonds Are Twine, one that maybe could scoot on to the bottom of the ticket here, 17-1. Gate is rolling for race number 4. It's D. Alamo Sealster on the inside. In the center beyond the hunt, Snake Eyes Hanover, Little Mary. To the outside, Treasures Gem and Diamonds Are Twine. Field for the 4th race. Gathering speed, approaching the start. And the field for the 4th race is at the start. Beyond the Hunt and Snake Eyes Hanover. Diamonds Are Twine from the outside is blasting out well. Diamonds Are Twine is able to get out and get the lead. Beyond the Hunt is second. Snake Eyes Hanover is currently rolling third in front of D. Then Little Mary to the outside. Alamo Sealster and Treasure's Gem trailing the field, and now Beyond the Hunt. And Eddie Hensley wants to sweep up and grab the lead from Diamonds Are Twine. Beyond the Hunt, 4-5 favorite, is on top now. Diamonds Are Twine fills the pocket. Snake Eyes Hanover third. Then D is racing position to 4th as they work their way on around the turn. Then it is back to Little Mary and Alamo Sealster and Treasure's Gem up and driving first over Snake Eyes Hanover and Austin Sorry in pursuit of Beyond the Hunt. They race their way off the turn and they head on towards us, and Beyond the Hunt leads, and Snake Eyes Hanover on the outside filling the pocket. Diamonds Are Twine. D is racing position. D as racing on the outside 4th, and then 5th is Little Mary. Then Alamo Sealster and Treasure's Gem, and the field raced on past the half in 56-1, I think, and they race their way to the 5/8, and Beyond the Hunt leads as they race their way on into the backstretch, and on the outside, Snake Eyes Hanover. Diamonds Are Twine. D still spotted second over 4th. 5th to the inside is Little Mary. And then it is back to Alamo Sealster and Treasure's Gem. Beyond the Hunt, 4-5, is getting pressured from Snake Eyes Hanover. But Beyond the Hunt doesn't require any urging just yet. And Eddie Hensley looks over his right shoulder and can see now fading is Snake Eyes Hanover, but may have to deal with Diamonds Are Twine, who's been bravening up in the pocket. Beyond the Hunt, Diamonds Are Twine, Snake Eyes Hanover, and D as they turn from and Beyond the Hunt. On down the stretch drive they come, and Beyond the Hunt and Hurricane Hensley driving to the finish is going to win. Diamonds Are Twine will finish second. Then third is between Snake Eyes Hanover and D, and we'll give you the mile time later. Back in front of us, the winner of race 4, number 3, Beyond the Hunt, Eddie Hensley. Hurricane Eddie Hensley with a driving double. He rocked him like a hurricane. Beyond the Hunt is owned by Paul Saunders, Jody Cullen, the trainer. Second win for Beyond the Hunt this year, 10th lifetime. The fourth race payouts three. Beyond the Hunt. $393, 237. Diamonds are twined, 13.50 and 8.50 and 4. Snake Eyes Hanover 210. $2 exact or $91. Dollar Try 184.40. Dollar Super 155.80. Dollar Pick 3 75.10. 20-cent Pick 3 15.02. Fourth race order finish from the top to 461 3572. That's 461 3572 on the bottom. Go Bills. Field on post parade. 5 is race number 5. 1 is Unison. Paul McKenzie drives and trains for Mark Meegans. Number 2 is Cal Hanover. Jason Ryan for Michael Lloyd. Number 3 is Boots and Brian. Mike Salas for Candice Morrell. Number 4 is Big Bad Jackson. Scotty Calder for Laura Ireland. And number 5 is Adriatico Hanover. Austin Soray for Stephen Taylor and Brett Taylor. Number 6, Treasures Piper. Andre Goy drives for Don Lesheed. Number 7, Always Be Melman. Jay Harris for Wayne Smith. And number 8 is McCalco. Del Spence for Darren Rayner and Mary Harris. Number 9 is Townland It Is. Mark Cullen for Grace Marshman. Field of 9 for race number 5. This dash does feature the Super High 5, and let's get a look at some of the main players in this dash. We'll start with number 5, Adriatico Hanover. Now, this is the bottom class, so you don't get a lot in the way of current form. And this is one that certainly the recent form not great, but dropped substantially in class. Non-winners of 3 at Georgian, down to the bottom level 8 claiming winners under, long way down. One that shows 55 and won at Grand River 2 starts ago. I think this could be the right spot for Adriatico Hanover. Austin Sorry for Stephen Taylor, and is on the board at 4-5. Number 1, Unison, is making a second start of the season. Had been off a long while up until September the 4th, so now comes back on a much tighter rotation. Unison was one that at times flashed last year. Paul McKenzie driving for Mark Meegans. I think Unison from the inside post, I think could be dangerous. 6-1. Remember this horse every so often coming up with a very nice mile last year. Made more than $1,000 to start, which compares well overall with this field. Unison, 6-1, much better value. Probably the best choice compared to the 4-5 on the 5, Adriatico Hanover. Number 2, Cal Hanover, did improve last race and now drops a level off that improvement and gets a better post position. Maybe Cal Hanover can go forward. Jason Ryan for Michael Lloyd. It's just the 5th start of the year. And then one more is number 4, Big Bad Jackson. Scotty Calder for Laura Ireland. Big Bad Jackson is one that was 4th at Georgian back in early August, and then the last 2 races not as good, but Big Bad Jackson was racing non-winners at 2 and then a non-winners of 15,000 at Clinton. Now drops into this 8,000 claiming class winners under. Wouldn't be surprised if Big Bad Jackson was a lot better in here and is 3-1 on the board. And if you're looking for one more, maybe to round out the high 5, number 7, Always Be Melman, is one that was a good earner last year as a 3-year-old and has had some spots of late this year. But look, has been off a while now, freshening up. And Always Be Melman, the couple of qualifiers. That last qualifier, really final quarter, 28-1, came home sharply. Always Be Melman might be off the layoff, coming out with a much better go. I do remember this one being fairly competitive in interesting spots last year, much tougher than what he's facing here. So 9-1 and Always Be Melman. Field 4. Race number 5 is into the stretch drive, gathering speed approaching the start. Field of 9. There at the start of the rough, and Cal Hanover is going to blast out with Treasure's Pirate on the outside. Unison driving on through on the inside now as the field presses their way into that first turn. But the early lead goes to Cal Hanover with Boots and Bryan racing second. Unison, Always Be Melman fourth away. Then Treasure's Pirate and McCalco. Back further is Big Bad Jackson, and then Townlight It Is. Cal Hanover, 5-1 on the board, has got the lead. Boots and Bryan at 35-1 is still pressing on the outside. And racing third is Unison, watching those two go at it. Unison's in a good spot, racing position third. Then fourth on the inside is Always Be Melman in front of Treasures of Pirate. Then it is back further to McCalco. Townline It Is to the outside, and Big Bad Jackson is trailing the field, still parked and forcing the issue, Boots and Bryan, but Cal Hanover has the lead and looks unconcerned as on the outside, that is Boots and Bryan. Has been out a while now. Unison's racing third, just 2 lengths off the lead, 57-3, half of a 27-4 opening quarter. And they work their way up towards the 5/8. Always Be Melman fourth. McCalco's racing fifth. Treasure's Pirate sixth, and now taking sixth, Townlight It Is, and then Big Bad Jackson, and back to Treasure's Pirate. And the field works their way onto our 3/4. Big Bad Jackson was well back early, is out there 3 wide and is coming hard. Big Bad Jackson is moving boldly and has come on from 8th to take the lead. Big Bad Jackson at 10-1. Cal Hanover's racing position second. Townline It Is also was way off the pace in his driving, but Unison has popped out in his third. Townline It Is fourth, and then Always Be Melman, but it's Big Bad Jackson on down the stretch drive they come. Big Bad Jackson, as they come to the finish, is now going to try to hold off Cal Hanover and is going to win, and then Unison, Always Be Melman, and Townline It Is, 157 flat. Big Bad Jackson. Back in front of us is the winner of race number 5. It's number 4, Big Bad Jackson. Scotty Coulter, the 10 Tornado, victorious. Big Bad Jackson, 3-year-old Big Bad John Baycolt. Ken Oliver, the lessee. Laura Ireland's the trainer. And the 4th win for Big Bad Jackson this year and lifetime. Fifth race payouts for Big Bad Jackson $23, $7.90, $4.30. Two Cal Hanover, $5.60, $2.90. One Unison, $2.40. $2 Exactor, $162.60. Dollar Try, $152.40. 20-cent High Five, $1,253.04. And the 20-cent Pick Five, $483.28. Fifth race, or we finish from the top. 327-198-465. That's 327-198-465 on the bottom. for race number 6 on parade. 1, Burlesque Sealster, Scotty Gulliver, Tyler Schlapp, Kevin Skilton. Number 2 is Handbag of Cheesy, Scooter Gimlet for Randy Ertl and Corey Guthrie. 3 is Muna, Sammy Failure for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. Number 4, Honey So Sweet, Garrett Rooney for Mike Sumner and Shay Sumner. Number 5 is Dangerous Curves, Jason Rod for Rod Boyd and McCann Stables. Number 6, Phone the Cops, Anthony Hunt for Mike Crone and Kian Hahn. And number 7 is My Maserati, Austin Surrey for Frank Mancini. Field of 7, race number 6. Let's get a look at this field. And we'll start with number 3, Muna, who is 3-1 on the board. Now look, Muna is coming in off of a break in stride, so didn't fare well at Sarnia, but also is one that won their 3 races ago with a dominant win. And I think if Sammy gets this one off the gate strongly, I think Muna has an excellent chance to bounce back. I think it fits very well in this bottom class. The last time this one raced in this class was that front end win. And also note, this is the 4th start after missing a bit of time, a little bit of a layoff. Muna also has been, the last race was August the 23rd, so a little bit longer in the out of the box than I'd like. But Muna, I think, is the one to beat 4-1. Others in here, how about number 6, Phone the Cops? And, Phone the Cops is one that missed about 4 weeks before that last race and yet came clawing late to be beaten only 3.5, was well back early. I think Phone the Cops is one that could be flying 23-1. I love that price because Meg Crone usually sends them ready to rock and roll. This is the 2nd start for Phone the Cops off the layoff. I think this one could be really good. 2nd start for Meg Crone as well. And I love 25-1 on Phone the Cops. Others. How about number 2, Handbag of Cheesies? Well, there are no hickory sticks, but cheesies are okay. Handbag of Cheesies, 3 consecutive thirds coming in, and seems to about fit here is about that level in this class. Scooter Gimlet for Randy Ertl, Handbag of Cheesies, 3-1. There's the Scooter. He was hiding on us behind the pavilion, but the Scooter and Handbag of Cheesies, 9-2 on the board. Looking very serious, ready to rock and roll. And others, one more to look at, number 7, My Maserati, is one that was last raced June the 14th at Kawartha, definitely off form before that layoff. This is one that was good back here in April and early May. And My Maserati, I've seen some good things from him in the past. Maybe the layoff can get him freshened up. My Maserati, Austin Surrey for Frank Manzini, 8-1. is rolling for the sixth. Burlesque Sealster. Handbag of cheesies on the inside. In the center, Muna, Honey So Sweet, Dangerous Curves to the outside from the cops in my Maserati. Field of seven. Race number 6 on a Thursday night at the Downs. They're at the start of the rough, and Dangerous Curves leads well with Handbag of Cheesies. Muna, center of the track. Honey So Sweet. Burlesque Sealster, Phone the Cops, and then back trailing the field as they race on into the backstretch is my Maserati. But it is Handbag of Cheesies and Scooter Gimlet, who was able to scoot right out and take the lead. Handbag of Cheesies munching on a lead of about 2 right now. Dangerous Curves is second, and now Muna on the outside wants to come on and drive up towards and threaten the leader. And then racing position fourth, Honey So Sweet, 28 and 2 opening quarter. Handbag of Cheesies on the inside. Muna is to the outside, racing third. Dangerous Curves, and Honey So Sweet is fourth. Then a gap of 3 or 4. Burlesque Sealster, then Phone the Cops, and my Maserati. Off the turn they come. Handbag of Cheesies getting prompted along by Muna. Dangerous Curves on the inside third. Honey So Sweet. Burlesque Sealster, my Maserati, and Phone the Cops. 58 halftime. Handbag of Cheesies continuing on. Moon has been out a while now and is just about 2 lengths back on the outside and shares a second on the inside. Dangerous Curves. Then racing, sharing fourth is Honey So Sweet. Burlesque Sealster on the inside. Back to the trailing pair, my Maserati, and Phone the Cops, but Handbag of Cheesies at 6-1 continues to scoot along on the lead. Dangerous Curves is second, backing away Muna. And now Honey So Sweet is coming and is going to take a crack at Handbag of Cheesies. Handbag of Cheesies and Honey So Sweet. They're racing together towards the top of the stretch of 3/4, 128. Handbag of Cheesies on the inside is desperately trying to hold off Honey So Sweet. My Maserati is kicking in late, but it is Honey So Sweet. And Garrett Rooney has got the late. Handbag of Cheesies did all the work, but it is going to be Honey So Sweet who will get the win. My Maserati, then Dangerous Curves, and Handbag of Cheesies. Honey So Sweet, 158 and 3. Back in front of us, number 4, Honey So Sweet. Garrett Rooney, the winning drive for trainer Mike Sumner. Mike shares a note with Shea Sumner, 4-year-old JK, end of an era bay mare. 4th win on the season for Honey So Sweet, 158 and 3. Sixth race payouts for Honey So Sweet. 440, $3, 210. 7 by Maserati, 290, 210. 5 Dangerous Curves, 250. $2 Exactor, 43.80. Dollar Try, 56.85. Dollar Super, 189.75. 20-cent Super, 37.95. And a 20-cent Pick 4, 365.94. 6th race order finish from the top, 5471362. That's 5471362 on the bottom. Field 4, race number 7 on parade. 2 is Texaco Man, Jason Ryan for Francis Guillemette. 3, Twist of Tabby, Austin Sorry for Caitlin Graham. 4 is Eye of an Eagle, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. Number 5 is Mercutio, Scott Quiller, Shane Arsenault. 6 is scratched. Number 7, Joe Kitch, Paul McKenzie for David Jim King and William Brown and Gary Adair. Number 9, Run Like Hill, Sammy Filia for Francis Guillemette. And the break, Cool Clifford, Garrett Murray for Gabby Sasso and Jeffrey Korchesny in Northwest Racing. It's a field of 7 for the 7th race. Good level of condition trotters, and I want to start with number 3, Twist of Tabby. Well, that's not correct. My top one actually is number 2, Texaco Man. So let's start with number 2, Texaco Man. My picks are 2, 5, 9, and 3. Actually, 2, 5, 9, 4, the top 4 picks. So 2, 5, 9, 4. And number 2, Texaco Man. Jason Ryan for Francis Guillemette. And look, this is one that was really impressive the last couple races. A win and a second. Look at that win here last time out. 14 and a quarter lengths back at the quarter. It came on to win comfortably going away. And Texaco Man having a good year. Had a good year last year. Just has been really a nice veteran for Francis Guillemette. Francis is having a monster year. Jason Ryan driving Texaco Man has got a very strong shot of winning. Texaco Man, the 2-horse here, is my top choice in this race. And Texaco Man is currently 3-1. Some others to look at. How about number 5, Mercutio, my second choice. And Mercutio, last race, boy, just really didn't do much. I took this one on top, finished 7th, so I'm hanging tough with Mercutio because I know that this is a good horse. Mercutio and Scotty Coulter, 8 out of 18 in the top 2. Shane Arsenault trains this one. Shane's been a successful trainer for years and years, and Scotty Coulter has been a mainstay here at Flamboro for a long time. This is one that's had a really nice career and $220,000 lifetime earned, and yet is still only a 6-year-old. Made $108,000 last year. I expect a lot more out of Mercutio, and also is one that is dropping a level in with some tougher ones last time out. Fits really well here. Mercutio, big threat, 7-5. Number 9, Run Like Hill. This is one that last year was a pretty strong earner. This year has been a little bit disappointing, but the last couple races are better. So maybe Run Like Hill, who moves up one level now, could step up. The things have been looking a little bit up for Run Like Hill. Certainly back class, $260,000 lifetime earned. Run Like Hill, semi-filia for Francis Guillemette is 10-1 on the board. And then one more to look at is number 4, Eye of an Eagle and Eddie Hensley, and one that has been a solid earner the last couple of years. Drops in class a little too tough for him the last few starts, but down in this class, he could be really dangerous. You go back and you look before those last 3, he was racing against some solid company and being very competitive. Eye of an Eagle is one I expect. Maybe Eddie Hensley has a shot to get 3 on the night here. Hurricane Hensley and Eye of an Eagle is 3-1. gate is rolling for race number 7. Toscano Girl is scratched. Texaco Man on the inside with Twist of Tabby. In the center, Ivan Eagle and Mercutio. To the outside, Jokic and Cool Clifford. The second tier, Run Like Hill. It's a field of 7 for race number 7. They're at the start of the rough, and Mercutio with Jokic. Then Twist of Tabby as the field charges into the turn. Cool Clifford, Ivan Eagle as the field works their way around the turn. Right now it is Mercutio establishing the early lead. Jokic and Paul McKenzie will find the pocket. Twist of Tabby racing third. Ivan Eagle is positioned fourth, and then fifth is Run Like Hill. Then it is further back to Texaco Man and Cool Clifford, and the field races on to that opening quarter, and it is Mercutio and Scotty Coulter who's got the lead. Jokic at 16-1 in behind the even money Mercutio and about 2 lengths off the lead. Twist of Tabby is racing third. Then it is Ivan Eagle back to Run Like Hill. Texaco Man has just one beaten at this point, and that is Cool Clifford. Mercutio sharp as they race off the turn. Leads it by about 2 lengths over Jokic, and third is Twist of Tabby. Ivan Eagle, Run Like Hill, then Texaco Man, and back trailing Cool Clifford. Field races to the half in 58-3. On top is Mercutio. Getting a nice trip is Jokic, and Mercutio and Jokic with now Ivan Eagle on the outside. Coming on gamely, Ivan Eagle is driving up on the outside, takes over second. Third, Jokic. Racing fourth is Twist of Tabby. Then it is Run Like Hill and Texaco Man as they race their way on by 3/4. Mercutio is leading. Mercutio. Jokic on the pylons. To the outside is Ivan Eagle, and racing for Twist of Tabby. 3/4, 127-3. Still Mercutio leading. Mercutio, Jokic, and Ivan Eagle. And then racing for Twist of Tabby. Texaco Man kicks in late but has a ton of work to do. And Mercutio is cruising. Mercutio is on cruise control coming to the finish. Mercutio is going to win. Jokic will finish second. Then third appeared to be Twist of Tabby over Ivan Eagle, and charging on the outside late was Texaco Man, but 157-2 Mercutio. Back in front with the winner of race 7, it's number 5, Mercutio. Scotty Coulter with a driving double, second on the evening for the Tan Tornado. Mercutio, 6-year-old bar-hopping bay horse, owned and trained by Shane Arsenault. 5th win on this season, 18th lifetime. Mercutio, 157-2. Seventh race payouts 5 Mercutio, $4 280 220. 7 Jokic 1088.73. Twist of Tabby 250. $2 exactor $35. Dollar try 164.95. Dollar super 543.90. 20-cent super 108.78. 7th race payouts 5 Mercutio, $4 280 220. 7 Jokic 1088.73. Twist of Tabby 250. $2 exactor $35. Dollar try 164.95. Dollar super 543.90. 20-cent super 108.78. 7th race, so we're finished from the top. Scratch 5 3 4 1, scratch 276. That's scratch 5 3 4 1, scratch 276 on the bottom. for race number 8 on parade. 1, Legacy's Jailbreak, Todd Ratchford for Mike Kwiatkowski and Wayne McRae and Hammock Farms and Brian Foley. Number 2 is New Legacy, Paul McKenzie for Terry Gillette and Jennifer Doyle. And number 3 is Hey Ralphie, Jason Ryan for Robert Reed and David Shea. 4 is I'm Above Average, Jay Harris for Derek Anderson and Gord Mason and Scott Mason. 5 is Johnny Buckshot, Garrett Rooney for Katie McNeil and Brad Wilson. And number 6, Iraq is Semi-Filia for Francis Guimet. And number 7 is Delicious Stone, Austin Sorry for Dominic Laddoo. Field of 7, race number 8. Good field of trotters. Let's get a look at this field. Well, we'll start with number 5, Johnny Buckshot, and Garrett Rooney driving. And this is one that was outstanding here last time out in this class. Blasted to the front and then made every call a winning one. Made it look pretty easy. Johnny Buckshot is a 6-year-old that's really come in with that last race, was really strong. This is one that was really good last year as a 5-year-old. 11 top 2s in 21 starts and 7 wins. And this year's been a little lighter, of course, in terms of earnings than last year, but that last start was really good. So maybe Johnny Buckshot's ready to get on a heater. Look at some of the company that he's been in against. In fact, August the 4th Industry Day at Grand River was second to Gold Edition. That was a strong effort by Johnny Buckshot, and then was racing in some tough condition companies at Mohawk and just not getting much out of it. So is one that came here for the last start and really got rolling. There's a big, strong-looking Johnny Buckshot, and looks like he's all full of himself and ready to make sure you know that that last race was exactly what he is. Johnny Buckshot, 1 to 9. Number 7, Delicious Stone, has been on a real heater of late. 11 wins on the year. Delicious Stone, 11 out of 22. So, boy, impressive and just consistent start after start. Last race, post position 8. Moved up to this class last race, and the combination of post 8 and moving up in class, fans thought, I don't know if he belongs here. Well, he was second to Johnny Buckshot from post 8 at 10 to 1. Well, that's cut in half now, 5 to 1. Number 6, Arrakis. Talk about classy veteran, 767,000 lifetime, 61 wins, races out of a very sharp barn that of Francis Guimet. Sammy Filias having a big campaign. Arrakis, although he didn't get a lot accomplished last time out, he was a winner of the start before that in a bottom condition. But just his overall class, yeah, it's been a little lighter of late, but he does have 8 wins on the year. Arrakis could come right back rolling, and you get a price horse, 18 to 1 on Arrakis. That's really good. Now, the recent form, not great, but I think I like that price to maybe take a shot. Belongs somewhere on the ticket, I believe. And number 3, Hey Ralphie, 13 to 1. Of course, with 1 to 9 on 5, Johnny Buckshot, the odds are up everywhere. Hey Ralphie hasn't raced since the 2nd of June, might need a start, but when he's on his game, he belongs in at least as a fringe player into this group and maybe even higher. But I certainly wouldn't put him in the class of Johnny Buckshot or Arrakis. And Delicious Stone's been red hot, but I could use Hey Ralphie if he's ready to go here to round out the top 4, and he is 13 to 1. It's a field of 7, race number 8, Johnny Buckshot, 1 to 5. Gate is rolling for race number 8. Legacy's Jailbreak, a new legacy on the inside. In the center, Hey Ralphie, I'm Above Average, and Johnny Buckshot. Then to the outside, Arrakis and Delicious Stone. It's a field of 7. It is race number 8. Field for the 8th race is at the start of the rough. Delicious Stone leads with Johnny Buckshot and Arrakis, and I'm Above Average broke stride. Now racing fourth is Legacy's Jailbreak, and then it is New Legacy and Hey Ralphie, and the field works into the backstretch, and Delicious Stone was able to drive right out and has now got a tasty lead of about 3 1/4. Johnny Buckshot will keep a watch on that one from second. Arrakis is third. Then Legacy's Jailbreak is racing fourth. New Legacy fifth, and sixth is Hey Ralphie. And on the field, races their way past that opening quarter in 28 4. Delicious Stone at 7 1. The heavily favored Johnny Buckshot 1-9 on the board is 2 1/4 lengths back. Then Arrakis is third, and Legacy's Jailbreak is racing position fourth as they race their way off the turn. But Delicious Stone and Austin Sorry freewheeling it on top, 28 4 opening quarter, and on past the half they go with a lead of about 2, and the halftime was. Well, we'll give it to you later. 58 3, and now they work their way to the 5/8, and it is Delicious Stone. Johnny Buckshot has now moved up a little closer and is looking to threaten Delicious Stone. Then Arrakis and Legacy's Jailbreak. Then Hey Ralphie to the outside and New Legacy. And they hustle on to 3/4. Popping out from third goes Arrakis, but it is still Delicious Stone. And on the outside, Arrakis is taken second. Johnny Buckshot on the inside is racing third in the final turn. Has to make up about 2 1/4 to catch Delicious Stone, who's really impressive. 3/4, 127 4. And it is Delicious Stone who leads them and turns for home. Delicious Stone in front by about 2 1/4. Austin Sorry and Delicious Stone. Johnny Buckshot with a final move, but Delicious Stone, Johnny Buckshot. Delicious Stone's going to win. Johnny Buckshot second, then Arrakis in close for fourth between Hey Ralphie and Legacy's Jailbreak. 156 4. There's the winner. Austin Sorry victorious with Delicious Stone. 10-year-old Wishing Stone black gelding, owned by the stable, trained by Dominic Ladew. 12th win for Delicious Stone on the season. Delicious Stone, 25th lifetime. 156 4. Eighth race payout 7 Delicious Stone, 1610, 340, 280. 5 Johnny Buckshot, 210, 210. 6 Iraq is 360. $2 exactor 25.20. Dollar try 64.70. Dollar super 275.80. 20-cent super 55.16. Eighth race, order of finish in the top. 465-7231. That's 465-7231. scheduled for race number 9 on Post Parade 1. Chase the Cheddar, Jason Ryan for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. Number 2 is Hasselhoff, Austin Shriver, Darrell Laver, and Leanne Davidson, and Dave Walls and James Grant. And number 3, Better Than Ever, Sammy Filia for Francis Guillemette and Jean Drapeau. Number 4, Mr. Commodore, Jay Harris for Claire Bradshaw and Brian Jamieson. 5 is Unlaced, Nick Boyd for Blair Burgess and Corinne Olson Burgess. Number 6, Artistically Simple, Eddie Hensley for Kenny Ellis and Danielle Delamere and James Ellis. Number 8 is World Revival, Anthony Hunt for Mike Cronin Hunt Racing. And number 7 is Beach of an Arab, Brett McDonough for Jason Libby and Brian Daly and Doug Hastings and Tim Flynn. Field of 8, race number 9. Let's get a look at this field. We'll start the late Daly Double with a field of horses and geldings on the pace purse of $7,000. Let's start with number 3, Better Than Never, and Better Than Never is one that raced well from post 7 here last race to finish second. Now gets a better post. It is Sammy Filia, Francis Guillemette. Look, this is one that's got 12 top 2 finishes and 21 starts on the year. Pretty solid form overall. Did have one race at Grand River August the 29th that didn't go well from an outside post, but nonetheless, Better Than Never has raced consistently well. Been a while since winning, though. Does have 4 runner-up finishes in the last 6 starts. Might be time to break on through here. Better Than Never, 5 wins on the year. Better Than Never is currently 3-5. Number 5, Unlaced, is one that missed the last scheduled start, so it's been off since August the 29th. The overall season's record isn't great, but Unlaced is not without some ability, has some good overall speed, and last start was a good back half. Unlaced and Nick Boyd for Blair Burgess. Despite that record on the season, I think Unlaced is a main factor in this dash, and Unlaced is 9-2. Some others, number 2, Hasselhoff, has been just a fringe player of late, but gets a good post position, gets away from Sarnia, and just might like it here. Hasselhoff does have a good turn of foot and has made $1,000 a start of the year. Last race got parked early and just got done in, and yet still did race well to be beaten only 2.25. If Hasselhoff could get a better trip, Austin Torrey for Darrell Laver, maybe Hasselhoff will step up here. 15-1, that's enticing because Hasselhoff wasn't bad considering the rough trip last time out at Sarnia. And one more is number 1, Chase the Cheddar, has just 1 win this year and last year, 21 starts during that span. Doesn't show any gate speed, so inside post might not be that much of an advantage, but I think Chase the Cheddar shows enough overall speed. 54 at Grand River 2 starts ago. I think can be used on the ticket here towards the bottom, 6-1. Fans are on number 3, Better Than Ever, 4-5 on the board. Gate is rolling for the ninth. Chase the Cheddar. Hasselhoff. Better than never on the inside. In the center, Mr. Commodore and Unlaced. Into the outside, Artistically Simple, Beach of an Era, and World Revival. Field is at the start, and they're up. World Revival is well back at the start. Beach of an Era is going to leave out well with Artistically Simple. Hasselhoff and Better Than Never. But right now, Artistically Simple is dueling with Beach of an Era for the early lead. And Artistically Simple, Beach of an Era. Beach of an Era is going to press on the outside. Artistically Simple will be racing second. Better Than Never is third and is going to pop to the outside and challenge right now. Then it is back to Hasselhoff and Unlaced. The field is spread out. Mr. Commodore. And then further back is Chase the Cheddar. But right now, driving up, Better Than Ever is going to grab the lead. Better Than Never has got the front. Beach of an Era at 50-1 is racing second now. And then third is Artistically Simple, 27-2 opening quarter. Hasselhoff racing fourth. Then it is back to Unlaced and Mr. Commodore. Then Chase the Cheddar. Way back World Revival. They race off the turn. And now it is Better Than Ever who's on fire on past the half. And Better Than Never on past the half and 56-1. Leads it right now by about 3.5 lengths. Better Than Never. Beach of an Era. Hasselhoff on the outside now is moving, but has a lot of work to do because Better Than Never leads it right now. And Better Than Never, who is 1-5 on the board, leads Hasselhoff by about 9 or 10 lengths in racing position to third. That is Unlaced, and fourth is Mr. Commodore. Then Chase the Cheddar. Artistically Simple. World Revival as the field races their way towards the top of the stretch, and Better Than Never on fire. 3/4, 125, and Better Than Never looks to be gone on the field. Flying late. World Revival, after being way back, is charging and trying to take away second from Hasselhoff. Hasselhoff charging late is World Revival. Better Than Ever is going to win. World Revival will finish second. Then Hasselhoff and Unlaced 154-4. In race number 9, Better Than Ever was better than the field by a bunch. And fans, the inquiry will go up to the start of number 8, World Revival. Inquiry sign pertaining to the start of number 8, World Revival. Back in front of us is the winner of race number 9. It's number 3, Better Than Ever. Sammy Fillion, the winning driver. Better Than Ever, 4-year-old Better Than Cheddar. Bay gelding by Francis Guillemette and Jean Drapeau. Francis Guillemette, the trainer. 6th win on the season for Better Than Never. 11th lifetime. 154-4. And fans note the inquiry sum will go down. The judges ruling no violations of the racing regulations. Ninth race payout. Number 3, Better Than Ever, 250, 210, 210. 8, World Revival, 8, 85, 30, and 2, Hasselhoff, 330. $2 exactor, $23. Dollar try, 29.10. Dollar super, 104.15. 20-cent super, 20.83. Ninth race order finished on the top, 731 54682. That's 731 54682 on the bottom. Field 4, race 10 on parade. 1, Psychopath. Jay Harris for Derek Anderson and Russ Gorley. Number 2 is Jet Set Charmer. Damian McClellan for Robert Reed and Austin Reed. Number 3, Artistic Pick. Brett Madonna for Joe Pereira and Chelsea Pereira. Four is Lucky Dancer. Anthony Hunt for Rod Boyd and Jefferson Davis. Number 5 is Bet on Brett. Scooter Gimlet for Randy Ertl and Corey Guthrie. Number 6, Rising Track and Jason Bryan for Dana Lloyd. Number 7, That'll Be Tiger. Sammy Filya for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. 8 is Outlaw Duke Worthy. Brody LeCain for Bruno LaCroix. And number 9, Maximus B.G. Austin Sorry for Jacob Roberts and Russ Ellis. It is a field of 9 for the 10th and final dash. Let's get a look at my top ones. And I'm taking a swing here. Number 5, Bet on Brett, a veteran sent up by Randy Ertl, one that was pretty good last year, had 7 wins. This is one last time out here, got parked every step of the way. And Bet on Brett is one that I've actually seen back in August race really well. Fired to the front at Kawartha August 9th, and then August the 15th at Grand River raced well. And so back-to-back top 3s there. I expect Bet on Brett, if he can get a better trip, he's got the class to be pretty good spot here. $320,000 lifetime for this 11-year-old veteran. And Scooter Gimlet and Bet on Brett, my top one. Number 3, Artistic Pick and Brett McDonald is one that raced a lot better last race. Blasted out early. Now eventually a couple got by, but still was a solid race to build on because had been off form before that. So maybe this 11-year-old veteran is showing some signs of flashing. Also has back class. Doesn't have a win this year. Last year had 19 top 2s. This year just 4, but Artistic Pick 2-1. Others to get a look at. Number 4, Lucky Dancer. Hasn't raced since the 25th of July. Took a little time off, and maybe that will help. Lucky Dancer overall has been a top 3 finisher this year. 8 out of 16. Won 3 out of 6 starts last year. But this year, just more of one to use somewhere on the ticket. Been off a bit, but the qualifier suggests that maybe he'll be okay to go in here in this bottom class. Lucky Dancer and Anthony Hahn is getting a lot of love, even despite the layoff, even money. Certainly the class drop seems to be overpowering the time off in terms of people's opinions. So Lucky Dancer, even money. And number 9, Maximus BG. Well, you get the trailer post, but one that raced to a third-place finish in 2 of the last 3. The last one was here, finished 3rd, and I think even with the trailer post, Austin can work out a trip with Maximus BG. Austin, sorry for Jacob Roberts, 6-1. But I'm going in on a 25-1 shot to close the card. Bet on Brett, Scooter. Gate is rolling for the 10th. Psychopath, Jet Set Charmer, and Artistic Pick on the inside of the center. Lucky Dancer, Bet on Brett. To the outside, Rising Dragon, that'll be Tiger, Outlaw, Duke Worthy, and the second tier, Maximus BG. The field for the 10th race, gathering speed, approaching the start. There at the start of the rough end, Bet on Brett is going to blast out with Jet Set Charmer and Artistic Pig. And it is Jet Set Charmer on the inside. To the outside, Bet on Brett. As the field races their way on into the turn, Bet on Brett and Scooter Gimlet scooting out now to take the lead. Jet Set Charmer. Artistic Pick is third as they work their way on down the backstretch. Maximus BG is fourth way. Field is spread out. Fifth is Rising Dragon. Bet on Brett at 15-1. Right now leads Jet Set Charmer, who is 23-1 as they work their way on around the turn. And then positioned to third. That is Artistic Pick right now. And then racing position fourth as they're about to come off the turn is Maximus BG. And fifth is Rising Dragon. They have... The front five have a big separation on the rest of the field. Bet on Brett leads it. Right now, leading on past that opening quarter, the Inquiry Sun is up retaining to the start, and it is Bet on Brett, Jet Set Charmer, Artistic Pick, 56-1 halftime. Racing on the outside now, Maximus BG is coming, and then Rising Dragon, Bet on Brett at 15-1. Now the plugs are out and is going to have to try to fend off Maximus BG. Bet on Brett, Maximus BG. Maximus BG goes on by, leads it by a length, now a length and a half. Maximus BG. Bet on Brett is trying to rally to the inside. Artistic Pig. Then it is Jet Set Charmer and Rising Dragon. Maximus BG at 5-2 is sprinting away. Now Bet on Brett will try to hold on to second. Artistic Pig. And then Jet Set Charmer and Rising Dragon as the field turns from on down the stretch drive they come. It's all Maximus BG can coast now. Maximus BG. Bet on Brett trying to hold on to second. Bet on Brett will hold on to second. And then third appeared to go to that'll be Tiger. And on the inside, Artistic Pig. Mile of 1:55.3. There's Maximus BG. Austin Sorry, the winning drive. Maximus BG. 5-year-old Art Speak Bay Gelding, owned by Russ Ellis and Jacob Roberts. Jacob, the trainer. And it's the third win on the season. 9th lifetime. Maximus BG and Austin Sorry takes the 10th and final dash. And fans, the judges ruling that all horses received a fair start. The inquiry sign will go off. Tenth race payouts 9 Maximus BG 750 470 265 bet on Brad 1360 and $6 and 3 artistic pick 220 $2 exactor 102.90 dollar try 101.55 20-cent high five 920 double of 3 and 9 11.20 20-cent pick 4 1909 20-cent pick 5 41.99. 10th race order finish in the top. 863 925 471. That is 863 925 471 on the bottom. Well, fans, that concludes the live harness racing program for this Thursday evening. Our next racing event is this coming Saturday, first dash, 6:25 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Shanna.